Okay, let's bring down that music a bit here. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Canada Day. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. And today we're going to be making another painting by another one of my very, very favorite artists. Today's artist is Ken Danby. And Ken Danby, let's take a look at his art right off the top. Or actually, even before we get right there, I want to let you know that we have an outline that you can trace onto your canvas. I know there's a microphone right here. There's a new arm on its way from ordered online, so that will make this microphone a little easier to move. But I'm going to show you how to put this onto the canvas. I've already done that. So let's... Oh, I gotta construct these here. So in the video description down there below, you will see a link to a Dropbox folder. And you'll see in that Dropbox folder that there is a bunch of names. And these are all artworks that we've already painted, right? So, Fra Angelico, a medieval artist, Star Wars, Yoshitomo Nara, Agnes Pelton did a Peppa Pig for Children's Day, Goya, which a lot of people found disturbing. And then here we are at Ken Danby. And just so you know, if you're interested to know what's coming down the pipeline, here's a bunch of, I think there's outlines in most of those folders. So if you're looking to know what we're going to do over the next month and a half, there's already, these folders have already been created. We're also going to do a special episode on Sunday to celebrate U.S. Independence Day. But here's our Ken Danby folder. If we click on here, you'll see this is the original painting. And then there's two versions of the outline. The only difference is that one is a PDF and one is a JPEG. So let's open those up. I've got them download, or I uploaded them, so they're on my computer already. So let's, there we go. Okay. So here's the original. And then here is the outline that I did. And as I said, you can download these off the Dropbox for free. You can print them out, and then you can transfer them onto a canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that in just a moment. I just want to let you know a few other things really quickly, that there's a private Facebook group just for people like yourself who are painting and drawing along with me. And you can see updates for when the new episodes are coming up and what we're going to be painting. I also do a little write-up before each class, which takes me much longer than it probably should. I might add those to the video descriptions of these YouTube videos. But you can see people are working on their own paintings and uploading them to the group. I love how positive the group is and how encouraging everyone is. So here's the painting we made just a couple days ago. There's Paula's version of it. Heidi's painting some flowers. And I just a few minutes ago was reading this here that Deborah posted about the painting we did the other day, and how Sheldon Cohen used, like, it just looks like, for me in a way, just like a regular kid's bedroom, but she really did a really great little post here talking about how really specific that bedroom, the architecture of it, including the rug, those things speak to a very specific place in Canada, in this case French Canada or Quebec. Okay, so let's talk about today's artist, Ken Danby. And I thought, here's a photo of him. I think he passed away a few years ago, but he's a really handsome guy, right? A dashing fellow, fairly charismatic fellow, kind of soft-spoken, but he reminded me, like, when I think of him, I almost immediately thinking of the hockey player Bobby Orr, who would have been around the same age But they sort of, and Ken Danby did a painting of Bobby Orr. If you know anything about hockey history, Bobby Orr was one of the most successful hockey players ever, Boston Bruin hockey player. But here's some images of his work. Here's sort of maybe the 15, maybe most famous paintings that Ken Danby did. Obviously, this is the painting at the Crease that we're going to be doing today. But just as a quick, you know, things that you might notice, obviously these are like fairly realist paintings, or some people might say photorealist. I wouldn't say photorealist, but pretty darn close. Photorealism is even a little bit the next step in terms of realism, but he's like this illustrator trying to articulate a particular. I think he often painted a lot of rural landscapes, area around where he lived in southern Ontario, and his friends and his family, his children. He painted his wife many times, and he also did a number of artworks related to athletes. So there's a few books that I had from the library that I scanned. A lot of images and so, you know, like a pool player, snooker player, obviously a number of hockey players. This is maybe his second most famous painting. I think this is called Lacing Up. And obviously there's many more of them, but you can see that they're relatively simple paintings. Like even the hockey ones, you know, a guy lacing up his skates is not really the image you might think of as the most glamorous image possible of a hockey player, right? Even a goaltender, you know, I used to play goaltender when I was a kid, maybe because I was so inspired by this painting, which I had hanging above my bed when I was a kid. The At the Crease painting. But even the goaltender is not really the most glamorous role in hockey, right? They don't score the goals. They save the goals, and they usually just get, you know, a lot of flack for not saving goals, etc. Right? It's just a couple, like, I mean, an image like this of a bus driver. You know, it's actually quite banal of an image. So I think he really was interested in these little slices of life that often go ignored in most other circumstances. And really that's what some might argue is the role of the artist, is bringing our attention to those maybe moments that are not self-evidently beautiful, right? You see a sunset and you see rainbows, right? A birthday cake, a child smiling. All those things are, wow, that's beautiful. Like, no one would argue that's beautiful. But like a dead fish on some rocks on the side, on a beach here, I don't think many people would say, wow, that's really beautiful, I should make a painting out of that, right? Or, you know, people might say, oh, I really like the cats, but this is kind of an odd or a place to kind of situate that, to compositionally create an image of a cat, right? Or even people might say, okay, this is a photograph of, I don't know who, maybe that's one of his children walking on a fence. You know, there'd probably be a lot of other people who would arrange this image very differently. I imagine he painted most of his pictures from photographs. And even this, right, we're seeing the back side of a person, not their face. So he also did that a lot, which, if we go to his most famous painting, here we see the goaltender, but their face is hidden behind this mask, and we can barely see some eyes poking through. So what else do I want to say about Ken Danby right before we go into this? We'll probably talk a little bit more about his career here in a minute. He was given lots of awards. He was very successful while he was alive, allowed him to buy some fairly well-known pieces of property in Ontario. He lived in this, or at least his studio was this old windmill in, I think, Guelph, Ontario. Does it say anything about that here? Yeah, okay, yeah, here it is. It's restoring the historic Armstrong Mill. And so that windmill features prominently in some of his later works. Anyway, so let's jump right into this, because this is an awesome painting, and I'm super excited to paint it. Okay, so let's take a look at the image. And so I've already gone and transferred it onto a canvas, right? This is a 9x12 sized canvas, and I'm going to transfer it on. Well, let me just play the video for you, showing kind of how this was done, and then we'll kind of talk. I'll talk over it as it's happening. So here, just sort of showing this image. I also just sort of quickly, just here's a piece of, or a bottle of gesso. I get these canvas panels, and then I open them up, and they usually come pre-gessoed, but I add an extra layer of gesso. I put it on, let it dry overnight, and then I use this 220 grit sandpaper just to smooth it all down. You can see some of the dust powder coming off there. Sand it down. Oh, here, I did a whole bunch of them all at the same time. And then, so here's the image, and I tape it down, and do we see? Okay, there's the carbon paper that I'm going to use. I'm going to take a sheet of carbon paper out, and you can see actually this one I've used probably about 20 times, and so it had a lot of use for it. So actually I'm finally throwing that one out, and I'm going to use a brand new piece of carbon paper, just which I could probably use for the next 20 episodes, right? Just until it gets so, I've put so many lines on it where it's no longer useful. Okay, and then you see me put this down, and then quickly, you know, going over all the lines. Although I didn't do the lines on the netting of the, right? So you can see this is what it looks like after I'm all done. So I've done this outline. It took maybe 10 minutes to get to that far, and I'm missing lots of detail, but that should be more than good enough. Okay, so oops, we want that. Okay, so now we've got our image. What the next step I want to do is get the paint out, and then start to we're going to put a layer of paint on the background. Okay. So I'm going to apply this, just a quick coat of warm yellow onto this surface. That's a lot of water, but actually not, I don't need quite so much. Let's see. Actually, I will need just a little bit more water. And that's too much. Okay, well, let's apply this onto the canvas. As you may know, I like to also get the edges and the sides of my paintings in. So I'll just kind of lift this up. Okay. So there's a lot of water on here, so I'm just going to try to remove some of this excess paint. And some of that, there's too much water, not enough pigment there, so. You know, when something like this is happening, it's so wet that I'm just going to actually just let it sit here for just an extra second before I try to wipe any more paint off here. We're going to paint over all of this, so I'm not too concerned about any kind of streaks and that kind of stuff. Really, mostly I just don't want to have too much texture. But if I'm using like water in the paint, then that's going to significantly reduce the possibility of texture anyway, so. Okay. No, I should just let that dry and then I can pick it off without making any problems for myself. Okay. So it's still kind of hot in here. In fact, I'm just gonna... Right before we began, my overhead camera went out already. So I've got an ice pack on there. Hopefully that will help the camera last a little bit longer. Okay. So, maybe while this is drying, let's put some paint on our palette. And I just like that black line there because it helps. It's like my true north kind of thing on a compass, so that I know what is top and bottom at a very quick glance. So I think we're going to use most of the colors in our color wheel today. Again, because it's kind of hot, I'm not going to put too much paint onto the palette because I don't want it to all just dry up in the midst of while I'm trying to make this painting. And also, we're going to be using probably mostly grays and browns in the painting. So whatever color we make, we're going to tint it or add tone like gray to that paint. So adding white to the paint, tone is when we add gray to it, and shade is when we add black to it. Now, probably very little black until the very, very end, possibly. And even then, that might be kind of just as a glaze. I don't think, just looking at the painting here, like if I was going to add black to the painting, places where I might add it is a little bit in the eyes, maybe under here in the shadow and on the tape. But, you know, you might think, oh, black, we're going to make this whole background black. I would be very reticent to do that, because then it's going to make that background kind of leap over his shoulders and into the foreground. So I want to be careful about that. Okay. So this painting is still a little bit wet. Let me blow dry it. See if that speeds this up. Sip of tea here. Kind of a smaller audience today, which is not surprising considering it's a major holiday. Canada Day is really one of the biggest holidays in Canada, so congratulations to all the Canadians celebrating on Canada Day here. I even see there Joshua, who lives down in the United States, is wishing everyone a happy Canada Day, which is so generous of you, Josh, and we'll return the favor in a few days when the United States celebrates its big anniversary. Okay, so the next step we want to do here is actually, let's look at the painting and just think about like how we want to build this painting out. I'm going to probably start with the background, which is usually the way I begin. This is probably old familiar stuff for most of you, but you know, I usually work from the background, and I do a little bit of work there, go to the foreground, do a little bit of work there, go back to the background, finish the background, and then come back to the foreground and finish the foreground. There might be one or two extra, you know, trips back and forth, but usually that's the kind of the order, the process that I go. So if we're thinking about this background, really what we're going to probably want to do is just mix one of our darker colors, and then we're going to add some white back into it, right? So, and then we can do basically the same thing for the boards, just add with a lot more white. And then for the ice itself, so actually let's just create alright, so we'll make this kind of a darker color, and then we're just going to lighten it up in a few different places to get some of these colors in the background. Okay, so now that we've got a plan in place, let's do it. So, to make our darker color, we can use lots of different, basically to make your darkest color, you want to mix about 4 or 5 of the colors we have on the palette, excluding the white, right? So any combination there will get you a pretty dark color. But since this is in the background, we want it to be just a little bit of a cooler color if possible, right? So let's make a cool green. So we're going to take some cool yellow and some cool blue. Just mix that together. And we get this nice cool green. This is the brightest green that we can get from our palette. Well, the combination of these two colors can do that. This is obviously a lot more blue in here, so it's darkening it down. But it's a very saturated, very bright color. A very unnatural color too. all of these pigments, everything here is all synthetic pigments, but the color itself looks unnatural, right? I can't think of anything in nature that has a color that bright. Okay, so we've got now this nice green. Let's turn this into a cool brown, right? So let's take some of the cool red now and mix this in here. Remember, basically, a brown is a combination of red, yellow, and blue, and just the amounts of those colors are going to determine how, what that particular kind of brown is going to look like. So here, because I have in proportionally little yellow, it's going more of a purpley gray than it is brown. If I wanted to make it more brown, I would need substantially more yellow or substantially less blue and red. So this is actually pretty good. Right now, this color's got like a greenish brownish kind of, or greenish purpley kind of color. But I want to make it even darker. So I'm going to take a bit of the warm blue. And I'm even going to take a bit of the warm yellow in here. So now what we've got, and it probably doesn't look too different right now because I didn't put too much of the two warm colors I put in there. But really, what we've got now is a very, very, desaturated color. There's not a lot of energy in here, so let's actually put even a little bit more cool red in there. Now this color basically lives right in the middle of the color wheel. So I'm going to take this color, and I could put this on here right now, and this would be very, very dark background. But I also want to use this dark color for other areas in the painting, especially if I do decide not to use black, or I don't have black. So instead, I'm going to take some white, and actually let's just do this right here. Let's start the zoom in process here. So you can see now when I add the white to it, basically I got a gray. So that might be, I might have added a little bit too much white, so let's just kind of go back here. Okay. So this color is just kind of a blah gray, which is fine, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the background, and then I can then change that, modify that color, and add a little bit more of any other color to it afterwards. Right, so the point is I just want to get this color to be dark so it sits in the background. You notice I didn't paint the webbing or the mesh on the net here. So let's just take a look where we're at. So today's one of these paintings is going to be a bit of a slow build. We just need to get a bunch of paint on here before we start modifying things. There's a great documentary that I watched maybe now a month ago that I got from the Vancouver Public Library on Ken Danby. Maybe I'll see if I can find the name of it. It was produced in the probably late 1980s, and it's him as he is gearing up for an exhibition that he's rented a space. Oops. And he is hanging the exhibition and talking about the exhibition. It's sort of like a kind of mini retrospective exhibition. And what's really interesting about it is he's doing that because he is not really getting, he basically was not invited by a major museum to exhibit his works on their walls. So instead he just rents a space, a large kind of gallery-like space, and mounts his own exhibition on there. And this is going to be an issue we're going to talk about a few times today, because Ken Danby, despite all appearances and being one of the most successful artists in Canadian history, was not embraced by the I guess you could say like the cultural elite of Canada, and he had to make his own opportunities. So this is, if you recall, we talked about very similar things several months ago when we were looking at the art of Robert Bateman, who's a figure very similar to Ken Danby, both like handsome men who painted in a relatively realistic style, who made a good amount of money, very popular publicly, had large followings, big lines for exhibitions, had their prints sold all over the place, were probably some of the most well-known artists while they were alive, but were sort of locked out of the fine art world, the high art, fine art world, because for lots of different factors, which I think we'll talk about as well. Okay, so what should we do next here? I am tempted actually to take this same color and put it on his pads, because we're gonna, although you know what, maybe I'll save that. Yeah, I'll just mix a brown and put that there. I was thinking to myself, maybe we'll make these dark, but then that might be a little bit hard for some people to see those lines afterwards, so I'm just gonna save this step. As I've said many times, there's more than one way to make a painting, and there's more than one way to make this painting. What I'm trying to do, I always think, like, what is the fastest and the easiest way for someone who has relatively little painting experience to make this particular painting? Right, because I want as many people as possible to be painting, so try to think of these as introductory painting classes. Now, another thing you could see I painted over some of these lines. They're a little bit wobbly. No problem, because I can go back and I can fix all that later. That's not my concern right now. Okay, what should we do next? Oh, let's paint this the boards in behind here. And we can even use that same color for a few other little places, okay? So we have this dark color. I think it might be just a, well, we're going to go back to the well a number of times, which is why I made a little bit extra of it. So I think this time we're going to, let's take this white. Let's put it over here with the warm red. Get some white on my brush. Let's get some yellow on there. Get a little bit of warm red. It's a little bit too much. Let's get this kind of nice peachy color. But I'm gonna modify this peachy color because it's a little bit too bright and happy. So I'm gonna take a bit of my darker color and mix it in here. Right, that's not a bad flesh tone actually, but let's add a lot more white to that color. Just put a bit more yellow into it. Okay. So there was a bit of paint in there that got mixed in. Actually, I'm just gonna, there's a red line here on the bottom. I'm just gonna paint right over top of that. You know, and I say this all the time, but it bears repeating, is that I'm not interested at this point in getting the exact right color for any of these spaces. I always just like want to fill it in, get paint into those places, and then later on I'm gonna modify things. And I know people tune in halfway through and they think all my colors are off and I'm colorblind or something, but I guess that's not really my concern, right? I just want to, you know, I am kind of, when I'm mixing this, I'm trying to get relatively close. It's always easier to you know, if you get right, exactly right the first time, that helps. But usually I need 2 coats of paint anyway. So if I get it perfect the first time, well, then I guess I know the formula so that I can then just mix that color again. But often it's, I'm trying to, it's kind of fun to kind of experiment and play and mix some different colors around. Because later on I can glaze all that and change that, make it, lighten it up a little bit. Let's do the same thing with these areas. This is the, they call the stanchions, the posts that hold the glass in place, that divide the, that separate the audience, the crowd, from the players. Okay, that's pretty good. Maybe, you know, I think I'm even going to do the ice as well. And so kind of following in this line, to do the ice, I'm going to make this ice a little bit, I'm going to take some cool blue and some white. And I don't mind if it's just a little bit on baby bluish, because especially when I go back over it later, it'll kind of retain some of this coldness. And I just had to mix up a little bit more of it, and so it's a little bit kind of patchy, with a little bit of the color kind of changes a little bit. That's okay, and I don't mind some of this yellow coming through. I don't know exactly how Ken Danby painted his whole process. I don't know if he built it up in the same way that I'm building my version of his painting up. It wouldn't surprise me if he did it very similarly. It also wouldn't surprise me if he had his own little tricks, as artists often do. We often have little secret ways about going and doing certain things. And okay, so if we look at them side by side right now, they look, it's like, whoa, what's going on there? That's kind of funky and weird. But think about if we add white over top of this. Let's do a quick glaze over top, white over here, and let's say we put a bit of like a brown over top of these. Then we're gonna have this kind of nice deep brown that has depth to it, right? Similarly, when we put white over here, it's going to be white, but it's going to have like this patina of something like a worn, yellowed, aged kind of quality, which is one of the things I like about this painting. There's something kind of mythical about it, right? It's not just a hockey goaltender, but it's like a goaltender out of, you know that movie Field of Dreams, the baseball movie with Kevin Costner? This almost feels like this character exists in that same mythical world where it's like a hockey player from a dream, right? He doesn't have a logo on it. We don't know who he is. He's obviously wearing a mask, but there's no number or nameplate on the back. So he's this kind of mysterious, anonymous figure, as that kind of happens in our dreams, right? And there's no audience that is discernible there, so I don't know if it's just too dark, or we just can't see them, or it's an empty arena. Is this just some beer league player who's playing, with his buddies on a late Friday night, when you can get into the arena at a reduced cost and there's no kids skating around? So it has this strange quality to it, which I love. I love that about this painting. Okay. So now what should we do here? I think the next step is, I think we've got the background is in a nice place right now. I'm happy with where this is at. So I think what I want to do now is start working on the foreground, right? We're going to go from the background, go to the background, foreground, and then finish the background, and then finish the foreground. I think we're actually making faster speed on this than I expected to be. I think we're a little further ahead than I was hoping to be at this point. So I think what I'm going to do for the frame of the posts is I'm going to paint that with some, basically just going to go right to my warm red. Because then later on I can darken it and I can add, actually even not even just that, let's mix some white into here. So it's going to start off like really bright and poppy, and then as we go, it's going to get, we're going to take away some of the intensity of this color, because the posts they look worn and beaten and all that kind of stuff. So we can kind of give it that feeling in subsequent layers. You know, I think it's very smart of him to paint this hockey player without any identifying logos or names on it, because it does have that, it becomes quite iconic, and we can project our own selves into the painting. You know, like if it was a Montreal Canadiens goaltender, like Ken Dryden, who would have been probably the most famous goalie of his time in here, then, you know, if you were a fan of the Boston Bruins, well, there's no way you're going to put a poster of Ken Dryden, your team's arch nemesis, on your wall, right? You'd never buy that, right? So I mean, from a sales perspective, it's pretty smart, but it's also just like, even if you are a big Montreal Canadiens fan, it's not just a Ken Dryden painting, but it could be it could be Jacques Plante or Patrick Roy or Carey Price or all these. So it kind of transcends time, and I just think it's a really interesting, smart way to go about things. You could say it's a very shrewd technique, but now I'm not spending too long here trying to get these posts really, really straight. You noticed, well, you probably didn't notice because I was going through it really fast, but I didn't use a ruler to trace these lines onto the canvas. I didn't want to be too focused on making perfect straight lines throughout this process. Just zoom in. Now, if you did want to make like a bang-on, super close reproduction to the original, then you could just do everything we're doing. You just want to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, maybe you, in that instance, do want to use a ruler. You'd probably just take your time. You know, my goal is to get this whole painting done within the next 3 hours or so. So I'm going to be moving at a fairly fast pace. Hopefully not too fast for most people. Obviously, if I go too fast for you, you can always just pause the video. You can take a break whenever you want. You can stop and come back 3 weeks from now and finish it. It's totally up to you. Oops, I think there's some ice back there. Okay. And then even, you know, I forgot there was the line on the back of the boards. So I think what I want to do is let's paint those lines now. But we're just going to add a lot more white to this. Let's back out. And even just take a bit of this darker color. You can see this is the color I was just painting the posts with. This is the color I'm going to put on the back here. Again, it's a little bit of a pinkish. There's a bunch of white in here. I think later on I'll probably put kind of a brown glaze over top of it. So right here, this is the bottom of where the boards meet the ice, and there's usually this line there, right? And then it's curved, starting to very slightly bend as it, because this is the corner of the rink where it curves, right? So that's why this line doesn't continue up that way. It's just bending off to the side here. And, you know, like little areas where it's, you know, a little bit, maybe it's hard to kind of maybe get a nice sharp line. That's actually perfect for this type of a painting, because especially in the background, it's going to be a little bit fuzzy anyway. You know, the way that the board, like this whole arena has this kind of old, worn look, right? It's kind of all beaten up, and there's snow from the ice kind of piled up in different places. So let's go back down here. Let's get this ice. I'm actually going to take a bit of more yellow and just put this into this color. A little bit more of a peachy quality, and oops. So you can see these should be almost kind of parallel but converging, and then this one of the boards just kind of pulls in real close all of a sudden, because eventually these two lines would meet like right over here somewhere. Now, actually, I'm looking at this. That line just seems way higher. So it's like the edge of the crease goes off the canvas. There we go. So if we just zoom back out, that's where we're at right now. There we go. There's my mom in the chat there saying, this looks like the goalie cards you made in grade 6. When I was a kid, I made a card for competition, like a greeting card for a competition they had in the school. I don't even remember the... Obviously, that was a few years ago. I don't remember all the details. It won some kind of a competition and ended up getting printed, and actually, I'm sure I have a copy of it somewhere around here, now that I think of it. Every once in a while, people send me those cards for my birthday or Christmas or whatever, and it's like, whoa, I totally forgot about that. Gosh, that would have been 30 years ago? 35 years? I don't know how long ago it was. Anyway. But that card that my mom is talking about was definitely inspired by this painting. This painting is still framed in my childhood bedroom on the wall there, and I used to look at it every day while I was laying in bed and before I went to sleep, and in the morning I would look at this painting. And so obviously it just filtered through everything. I think that's why it's really important to have art in your home. And it's really important to surround yourself with images that speak to you, that are meaningful to you, because even though you might not get up and look at it every day, it's there in the background. You know, and that's the... I think... that's the motivation behind those motivational posters where it shows like silhouette of somebody standing on a mountain. There's some text on the bottom saying like, you know, go for the top or something, right? And you see those, it's kind of now a meme, but I remember you used to see those in schools and offices and all those sort of things all the time. Because even if you're not looking at it directly, those things like advertisements get lodged in the back of your mind. Okay. So, Paula says, hi Sandy, you're going to join in to paint? I don't think she's going to... I don't know if my mom has any paints. And Paula also says, hi Josh and May, are you two painting along too? Michael is fast today. Hopefully not too fast. I really, again... if I'm going too fast for you, you can always pause the video, just as if I'm going too slow for you, or you don't want to hear me meander or talk about something for too long, you can just skip ahead. And I know people do both. I can see in the analytics of the videos afterwards, so. And there's Maria says, hi everyone, I just got here a bit late, so I'm listening today. Hi Maria. So... let's continue moving on to the foreground image here. So I think let's mix a brown, and we can paint that brown on the padding of the goaltender. Actually, we may even paint this brown on the stick first, because this is a bit of a more of an orangey brown, and then we just add more blue to it to get these, right? So I'm always thinking like, if I'm going to mix a color, and let's say I need to mix 3 colors together to make that painting, just in terms of efficiency, I think, okay, well, if I need those 3 colors, well, what can I do something with the 2 colors I mixed before that? Or let's say I'm going to mix something that's going to be tinted with white, it's like, okay, that's okay, but what can I paint with that color before I add the white to it, right? Just as a way of saving time, but also thinking about the real estate of my canvas or my palette, right? Because if I'm mixing up new colors specifically for everything on the painting, it takes longer, and then soon this whole thing gets all full, and then I might need a second or a third palette. I see that all the time when I'm teaching in person, that often people have like all these plates, it's like styrofoam plates spread out all around them, and because they've got like 20 colors on the go. It's like, that to me is like somebody who's like, it can be overwhelming, because it's now you've got so many choices and you kind of lose track of where you are. I like having everything on one palette, and then it gets progressively more and more dirty, but I like it when we get a little bit dirtier, because then I can mix in some of the colors from around, and then that actually, especially as the painting progresses, it has less of that straight out of the tube look and has more of a nuanced thing where you're like, well, that is a weird color. How did you get that color? Okay, so let's mix this, the hockey stick color, which is going to be really mostly a warm yellow. Let's see, we'll just do this right here, warm yellow and warm red. So we got this nice vibrant orange. In fact, let's take a bit more yellow in here. And then we're just going to put a little bit, right? When I say a little bit, people think I'm kidding, but I always mean like literally a little bit. And if you want to add more, just add a bit more. But so we take a bit of that color. That's a little bit too intense. So let's just dial it down a little bit with some white. And a bit more yellow back into here. And we'll just go to a smaller brush. Actually, let's start way up here. Okay. Now there's hockey tape all over the stick, but I'm just going to paint it all in there anyway. That way, if I miss some of the tape as I'm painting it, then it'll look like there's actually a stick underneath it. And taping of hockey sticks is an art in and of itself, and to the point where if you know enough about the game, you can actually tell whose stick is whose just based upon how it's taped. There's very popular websites or not websites or YouTube channels where people teach people how to tape their sticks, and there's interviews talking with hockey players about how they tape their sticks, and so much to the point where you know, and especially, you know, there's the hockey playoffs going on right now, is the media will keep an eye out for whose sticks are on this rack that they wheel out before every game. And they can tell, oh, looks like this player who hasn't played in a while, they're going to be playing tonight. Oh, whoa, that's crazy. We didn't expect to see them tonight, etc., etc. You know, actually, I like this color so much that I'm going to use this color on the padding, and then I'm going to darken it as we go as well. So I'm just going to take this same color. I think I'm just going to mix a little bit more of it. Get some more warm yellow. And this is something, you know, sometimes you begin with a color for one area and you paint with it a little bit, and then you realize, actually, you know what, I got the wrong color there, but actually it's the perfect color for such and such a place, right? So I'm just going to make this a little bit more brown. This is a bit too much blue on my... Okay. And let's just zoom in. And let's do the same thing. Maybe not quite that close. There we are. These kind of brown pads, this really reminds me of being a kid, because when I was a kid, hockey players always had these brown leather colored padding, and then at some point, probably in the early 1990s, as the game started getting bigger and bigger, they switched to often like white pads or black padding. And so this kind of natural look kind of went away. But when I was a kid, we had padding exactly like this. This was like the standard. And if you look at old hockey games, all the goaltenders have this same kind of padding. And especially if you look at hockey padding from, let's say, the 1920s to 70s, it was like this, but even more like they really had like almost a handmade look to them, because probably they were very handmade. It's not like back in the 20s and 30s you had that many companies making this stuff, and you might only have 200 or 300 people playing goaltender in the entire country, right? Okay, that's cool. So what should we do next? I think I'm going to take, basically, without even cleaning my brushes at all, I'm just going to take a little bit of this darker color and mix it in a little bit with this brown. Just use some of that up. And then I'm just going to take it and put it right in some of these darker areas. May even just, let's do some of this tape on the stick really quickly. Oops. It's a stripe, not tape. And again, I'll darken this even more later on, but starting to kind of build up these colors here, so. Okay. Well, goodness, you know what? Maybe we could even do some of this hair right now. Let's just go right in here. Okay. So let's zoom back out and see where we're at. I see May says, I'm watching and working on another painting, so far behind with all the episodes. You don't have to paint every painting that I'm doing, right? Just as a heads up, I want you to think of them as like it's like you can eat them a la carte, right? You order whatever you want. I'm trying to give as many different options for people as possible, so they can think like, oh, what do I want to paint today? Oh, I want to paint this picture of a hockey player or sports player, or Tiger Woods or something. Or like, oh, I don't care about sports at all. I don't want to paint any of those. I want to paint a landscape or still life, so that there's lots of options for people. Marie says, what comes first, highlight or shadows? I would say neither. Generally, in most cases, I want to go for the middle, right? What we call the local color. So the local color is, what's an example of, let's see if an object that I can hold up. So here's this ring, right? I have these things to strengthen my grip, my hands, because my hands get really sore from drawing and painting all day. Let's see, the local color here is green, right? And if anything, the local color is kind of the green that is in between the dark, the shadows, and there's like a highlight from the around here, right? So we want something in between there, right? So it's probably you could think of the local color as the color that, if I was to give this to most people, say, pick a pencil out of my colored pencil box to color this, that they would try to find one that looks most like this, right, without the shadow. So I want to try to find the local color, and then I can add highlights and shadows afterwards. That's how I make my paint. Now, that's your general rule. There are times where it gets a little bit more complex, like if you're painting something where there's like, so for instance, let's see if we can make this color change a little bit. So what I'm trying to do is trying to get some reflected light on here. Often what happens is we have light that's reflecting onto an object, and sometimes you may even want to use, rather than start with the green, you might want to put a different color there and then put the green over top. But that's a little bit more of a complex kind of process. Okay, so let's think about, but great question, Maria. I appreciate questions like that. I think let's paint the jersey. Right, so the jersey, just kind of go back to what we were just saying, you know, it's a white jersey, right? It's not a blue jersey, it's not a green jersey, it's a white jersey. But I don't want to paint just a plain white here. I want to give something with a little bit of a slightly different different color there that I can then add white to, like the highlights afterwards. So I think what I want is a white, but we're going to use, so let's take this white and I'm going to take maybe a little bit, actually let's take a little bit of the cold blue and even a little bit of this darker color. Right, and then I mean, it's pretty similar to what we used down there. Just going to take a bit of the warm yellow. I'm trying to get this, like, a bit of a worn kind of quality to this. So this is, it's kind of like a cool blue with white in there. Like, one of the features of Ken Danby's paintings, they have this look of like 70s film, right? It almost looks like, you know, in Instagram these days, like a photo filter. Everything has a bit of a yellowed, worn, aged kind of quality, and which I think also helps it helps make it, give it that kind of mythical look. Like they look kind of timeless. Okay, right, so there's the original. So now when we start glazing things over top, all these colors are all going to change the more and more we paint on them. But we have, like, I think a really good foundation now. I'm actually just going to paint over some of these lines to get rid of some of this yellow. So just going to cut in a little bit closer. especially where that hair is. Okay. So this would be, you know, if you were making a larger version of this, this might be the place where you would stop for the day. You might say, okay, I got my, would be your underpainting completed. Now, obviously, I'm going to try over the next hour and a half to 2 hours to completely wrap it up and finish it. But this would be a pretty natural place to finish, because now we've got everything covered. There's paint everywhere. These were just we're throwing paint into places, not totally randomly. We've taken some care to make some decisions that are helpful, but you know, even if I made some glaring mistakes, I wouldn't bother me at all. Like, I mean, if I had painted, I could have painted the goalposts blue or purple or green. I could have painted the background fluorescent yellow. We're going to glaze over top. Obviously, when you put a color down, and you put another color over top, whatever color's on the bottom is going to influence ultimately what that color is going to look like. But you should feel fairly... you shouldn't worry too much about mimicking exactly what I have here on your own painting. Now, obviously, it would be a little bit frustrating if you just went totally off the charts and then you tried to follow the colors I'm putting on, because then you're going to get different results. But I also don't think that that's a bad thing. I think it's kind of cool when we see kind of very different results, especially when we do our feedback episodes where we look at all the artwork you've done and we're like, oh, that's really cool. Look how slightly different all the paintings are. But anyway, so here we are. We've got this done here, and I need to just take a quick little snack. Hungry. Okay. So, here we are thinking, what is the next step? We've got everything painted. What should we do next? So, now is where I'm going to try to dial in colors, getting closer to the original. So, I might even, before I was going to go right to the background, I'm just thinking to myself, maybe I want to do the stripes on the jersey. You know what, I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to get the... Yeah, we'll hold off just for... Or, you know what, let's do the stripes on the jersey. So, I'm going to use... This was a color that I had earlier. This is my warm red, some white, and I think I even took a little bit of my darker color in here that I just sort of mixed a very small amount in there. His sleeve there. And there's just a tiny bit popping up over here. So the reason why I'm doing this now is I wasn't thinking I would do this at this point, but it might just save later on when I'm doing a bit of glazing. I can just glaze right over top of this. Let's also put in, I'm just going to use this warm blue. Maybe let's take a bit of that darker color, mix it in here. Now obviously, if you're a fan of a particular team, you could change these colors and put whatever color you want on there. You could put If you're a San Jose Sharks fan, this could be orange and teal or something. Like these colors kind of almost look a bit like Montreal or Edmonton Oilers, you know, but blue and red are such common colors in hockey that I don't think you're not gonna be too far off the mark with something like this. So again, like these colors look a little bit bright, right? They look a little bit unusual, and you're like, well, but again, this is, I'm just trying to find like local colors that I can put in place here, and then later on they're gonna get darker, they're gonna change a little bit. So okay, so let's do the background now. To do the background, I'm gonna take a brown and we'll see. I don't even know if I need to glaze on it because it will be a little bit transparent. So let's take some warm yellow. I'll just take a bit more of that. Let's take a bit of warm red. We'll make a orange. And then we'll take a bit of the warm blue. I guess we could have made a cold brown. But this whole painting has got, again, that Kodachrome kind of quality, that aged look. So this is I like this color a lot, but obviously if I put it on there, it's going to look a little bit funny. So I'm going to just take that color, and let's go down here where the blue is, and add a lot more blue. Guess I should, well, okay, I can glaze with this. And where's my glazing medium? I'm just going to put even a little bit more in here. So this is going to make it a little bit more transparent. So it's not going to cover up what I've done. It's going to just alter what I've done. Okay, and let's zoom in. And actually, you know what? I can paint right over top of all of that. I'm also not too concerned about painting over the red of the posts, right? And it's almost like this is a kind of a... It's like I'm adding like a photo filter to this painting anyway, right? This brown goes over top of everything, and it just makes things look a little bit aged. And I am thinking, well, maybe I should have made my background a little bit darker, possibly. But I can do that too, right? I can glaze a dark color over top of this color. That's what I love about glazing. In fact, let's just take this color. I'm going to put a little bit more glaze in it, just to make it a bit more transparent. Let's take it and go over the boards. It might have been a little bit too... I probably could have put less glaze in there. Or probably more glaze, sorry. Could have been a little bit brighter. So in fact, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out even more, just so you see the effect. Here. All right, it's already kind of changing quite radically. So I'm going to take some more glaze. Let's put it there on the side. This is just the paint that's on the brush. And then let's just go into the ice below here. Alright, see how like now the ice, the color looks a little bit different? Yeah, it's got a bit more of a yellow quality. That's totally fine. Obviously, it won't be too hard to glaze over top of that again and brighten it back up. I'm going to take this same technique. And now I'm just going to go over top of his jersey a little bit here. It's a very, very subtle effect, right? In fact, you probably can't see much of a change at all, but I can see it with my own eyes. Now the kind of bluey, baby blue quality is kind of disappearing on there a bit. Okay. Let me think what I want to do next. I'm going to take, actually just going to go a little bit more with this glaze. Let's just go a little bit deeper. Okay. So what I was just doing is like this kind of off yellow browny color just starts making that jersey look worn and sweaty, and you know, it's maybe this, you know, in this alternate universe where this goaltender is playing, has been playing for, you know, hundreds of years, trapped over, you know, playing the same game over and over and over, like Groundhog Day or something. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry all this because I've got a bunch of glaze that's close to being dry. It is warm in this room, but I just want to really, I want it to be as cured as possible before I add more paint to it. Awesome. So I'm really happy with where I'm at right now. Really happy. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glaze even darker on the background, because I really want to finish basically this area in behind in the next 20 minutes. I want to get that out of the way, because I'm going to then start to get close to putting in the mesh on the netting in behind there, right? That's cool. It's so wild. Like, this is really one of them, for me, the images that one of the artworks that is most familiar to me. As I said, I had this picture in my bedroom. I've seen it, you know, however, every night before I went to bed and when I woke up in the morning, and now I'm painting it and seeing it sort of coming to life here is really exciting. Okay, so let's look at the original and think about, you know, basically the colors that I've got here are bang on to what is in the original. This background, you know, I've nailed it pretty much, but it just needs to be a bit darker, right? So I'm gonna glaze again, but with this dark color, right? So I can make it as dark or as light as I want, just based on how much glaze I put in here. So it's always easier to go a little bit when you're glazing, just to be a little bit more on the timid side of things. So let's get some of that paint on our brush. Not much. And then we mix in our glaze. I'm just going to go a little bit darker just because of time. But if you're unsure, just put a little bit of glaze in there. Put a little bit of paint in your glaze. Right, so now You know, actually, let's just... So you can see already the difference between these two. One that's been glazed the third time, or second time, I guess. This is the third time I've approached the background. And there's a few places where I'm probably going to touch up again. But you can see like this little area where it's a little bit sloppy. I'm going to paint the mesh over top of all of that. And while it's certainly helpful to do it a good job the first time around, that mesh is going to hide a lot of problems that I might have had. In fact, let's just go right over top of these. You can see how relatively, right, this line here is the same color, these up here, but obviously getting darker. Okay, I think it needs to be even darker, so we're going to do this again. I'm going to blow dry that, zoom back out. Maybe it's frustrating for some people to do this because it seems to take a long time. Personally, I find this very relaxing because it's very hard to screw up the glazing process, right? I'm just put a little bit more glazing fluid in here, get a bit more paint on there. Because if you're just doing thin glazes, and this is exactly how Leonardo worked. Pretty much every painter up until the Impressionists, this is how they would have painted. Actually, you know what? I don't mind that over that back bar. It makes it a little bit darker and further away. That's kind of works. So sometimes you make a little mistake like that, and you're like, actually, you know what? So let's zoom in so you can see that, what happened there. So I just accidentally painted over that back line there, and it works. Like, glazing is just such an easy way to really increase the subtlety in your painting. So I was a little bit, I should just let it dry. And then let's see if we can glaze a little bit on the padding here. I was going to mix a color, but this might just work just as well, so. So you can see now, I just glazing this dark color that I made, and I can paint it right over top of everything here, and just make things progressively darker this way. And also because I'm not using black, I'm not just killing all the color, I'm just adding a darker color over top of this existing color. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to go much, much darker. But I would say probably we're not too far off from Danby's actual technique here. I don't know for sure that this is how he worked, but looking at his paintings for clues, it's I think I'm pretty close. So I think what I'll do next on these pads is actually just really articulate the different parts of them and get that done. But like we really could just do the rest of this painting just in glazes. In fact, maybe that's what I will do. I don't know, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, like I was about to do the shirt. I think I just need to back off a little bit and add a bit more glazing fluid into my mixture, otherwise it'll go too dark too quickly. And actually I'm going to take the previous glaze that I did use for here, and let's go into the jersey and just start adding some of these wrinkles on here. So I can, obviously things are going to get darker than what I'm doing here, but this is helping me to really start to see the areas of light and dark. And if I wanted, I could just keep on glazing over the dark areas, and the dark areas will also get darker. That's the great thing with glazes is once you've kind of laid in where, let's say, the folds are and all that kind of stuff, everything else, all the subsequent layers are just going to help reinforce the things that you've been painting. And if you want to smooth these out, then you can use your blending brush to kind of smooth out these folds. These are the darkest areas of the folds that I'm going for right now, so, right? And just as a reminder, so I'm just taking, this is my darkest color that I mixed. Here's where I was adding glaze to it, so there's a little bit of glazing fluid and a little bit of the original. And I kind of go back and forth. Just continue to add more and more to each one. You see how I can just go right over top of these colors and everything goes darker, right? So I can just take my blending brush and just soften all that up just a little bit. Like, we may not have to do too much more to that mask now that we've already got that there. So what I want to do, I'm going to now basically just do the same thing. Actually, well, what I want to, I could just do this whole thing with glazes, but instead, what I want to do is make like a dark brown, because otherwise, one thing, if I just keep glazing, is that this, let's say the brown on these pads is going to go from a brown to like a blue. Like, we'll fundamentally change the color. So like if we have, let's say we have this brown, and we just keep putting blue or dark glazes over top, it no longer is brown, it becomes this other color because there's so many layers of that darker color there, right? So I'm going to mix a brown. Actually, let's just clean these brushes quickly. We're just going to mix like a dark brown. And we're just going to need a bit more paint. So we take this warm yellow, warm red, and some warm blue. Now we got a pretty dark brown. Also, you see me every once in a while, I just take my brush and I'm squeezing that extra paint as it builds up. So, you know, as I'm mixing the paint, it gets pushed up the bristles, right? So this is a nice color. It looks very red right now, obviously, compared to everything else. Let's put a little bit more blue in here. And, you know, compared to this, we're pretty much where we are with the dark glaze. So that's great. I think I'm going to take some of this darker color and let's just mix. Oh, there's a bit of white in there. Darn it. Anyway, we'll make it work. Trying to counteract some of that white that was in there. Once you get white in there and it's a little bit tinted, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it's actually not bad. I'm not too bummed about that. See my mom telling stories in the chat there. I haven't read them yet, so. Okay, so, oops, let's just go kind of tight in here. Let's start with that padding. Okay, hopefully this color is kind of mixed pretty well. Nice darker brown. Yeah, I mean, I could go even darker, but I think I can just do that darker stuff with my glaze. So now I'm just going to come in and you know, I'm just using my paintbrush that I did all the mixing. This is sort of my portable palette, right? I can just hold that there, grab paint off of it. I mean, basically you can just outline, put like a grid on here. Maybe that's the fastest way. We'll just grid this out. Let's just you know, obviously I'm being pretty careless, right? I'm not even trying to get any details in here. As I said, I'm just going to grid this right out. And what's kind of nice about this is then after all of this, then I can glaze, you know, the blue over top of this. And even so, the shadow, like these brown lines I'm putting, will also go darker as well. And let's do the blocker here. Looks like the outside edges are all pretty dark. There's a bit of a highlight, but I think I'll do that, save that highlight till later on. I'll put a little bit of white on there afterwards, but I'll just, there's no point in kind of, yeah, and I'll paint the white spots after, maybe this, after I'm done this next step here. Right. Obviously, if I was making this much larger, I would take a little bit more time and do it properly. Let's go over to this other pad. I'll let this dry, and then I'm going to come back and we'll touch all that up. See, we'll do the glove there as well. So right now, all I'm focused on is just drawing the lines in between the padding. I'm not focused on the shadows at all. I'm barely looking at the screen. Let's do a bit of line here. That's where that shadow is going to be. Obviously, this is much easier to do with, like, you know, when all the pads are the same color. If this was, you know, if we were to color the pads and make them a little bit different, more customized like they have today, we probably might take me a little bit longer because I might have to mix a different color for different, you know, if we had white pads and then a green glove or something. Okay. So now let's go back to the other side. And now let's just think about adding a little bit more shadows. We did a bit of this here, but let's think about where we can kind of just darken things in a bit. So I'm just sort of getting like a side and kind of darkening maybe the corners, because that's where the center is where it's more pronounced, right? Where it's kind of comes up. It's pretty good. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's go back over to this side. Now my colors right now are obviously much brighter than the original. You know, depending on how much glaze you put on in the next few steps, you can really tamp down on the brightness. Now, one thing he's doing is we see there's a little bit of reflected light, probably from the ice hitting on the inside. Again, we're going to do that towards the very, very end. Okay, so let's back it out and see where we're at now. What is... Paul says, I bet Michael played hockey too. You must have been a busy mom. We were busy. Michael's sister was a dancer. Their dad worked late most days, so we were 3 driving to sports and lessons. Best years of my life. Oh, my mom. What a sweet woman. I appreciate you. Love you, Mom. Okay. So, let's take a look side by side here. So other things you probably notice, a big thing we're missing right now is also the shadows on the ice itself. And that's a big thing. We'll get closer to that when we get a little bit closer to the end. I'll probably just use the same glaze. I could have done that a little bit while ago when I was doing some of this on here, but let's just clean some brushes here. So just quickly examining a few things, like the next step, I'm still unhappy with this. I feel like, well, I'm just debating to myself, do I want to spend more time on the background touching this up? It probably would be nice, but I'm starting to kind of like look at the time and think like, oh, let's pick up the pace a bit. I mean, we're only 2 hours into the painting, right? We started 2 hours ago, and this is where we're at, right? Which is pretty good. But I would like to be done in about an hour and a half. So do I want to spend more time on the background? One of the questions you might think is like, will anybody even look at the background, right? And sometimes I'm guilty of spending way too much time on parts of the painting that no one looks at. I like to think that if people aren't maybe looking at it, at least it's in the back of their mind, they're thinking about it. But this color here on the boards is too peachy, so I think the next thing I'm going to do is put a little bit of a white glaze on top of this and in areas on the ground, just to lighten this up and lighten some of this up in places, right? Because we're going to have shadows down here and highlights. So let's get some. I'm just going to add a little bit more white onto my palette. Oh, that's good enough. Let's get some. Like this glazing fluid stuff is some of the best investment. I think it's on the more expensive side. It's about like $25 maybe for something like that. But you know, we're on what, painting number 90 today. And I've used it maybe for 75 paintings, and I think there's probably, I think we're maybe halfway done this, maybe a little bit more. Maybe there's a third left. So, you know, it's gotten a lot of use. It's really helpful, way better than using water in your paint, like not even a question. And I think it's probably one of the most underrated tools that a acrylic painter could have is a glazing medium. So if you're painting this and you don't have glazing medium, that might be something you want to get. There's a link to it below if you want to buy some. Sometimes those links below are, you know, to get some of this stuff ordered from Amazon can be kind of expensive. So I put the exact stuff we're using, but you might be like half the price if you look on other sites or if you go to the art supply store itself, just so you know. I'm not saying you have to buy that exact one that is maybe triple the price on Amazon because somebody's buying it and then reselling it there. I just want you to know exactly what I'm using. Okay, some bread. Huh? See, this brush wasn't very clean. That's a bummer. Let's just see. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta start it over. I don't mind that color. It's just we already have a peachy color here, and I was about to glaze with another kind of peachy color. If anything, when I'm glazing, often I'm thinking about a different color, if not the opposite color than I currently have. So instead of a peachy color, I might want something a little bit more greenish. Now, I wonder, can I use this or do I have to mix? Let's take a bit of, we haven't used much warm blue. Let's take a bit of that and white. Okay, so that's nice, but I need to dilute it with some glazing fluid so that it's not just going to cover everything. So there's a pretty subtle effect there with a little bit of blue, warm blue in there. I am a little worried that there's still a lot of white in my brush, so I'm just going to wipe that off. I don't need to clean it, but now I've actually just got the glaze that's here. So let's just see. It's pretty intense. So I need a lot more glaze. So basically I just put some glaze on here. Let's get a bit of that. It's a little tricky to judge this right now because the glaze goes on kind of white, and then as it dries it'll go transparent. So when you're doing like a glaze where we lighten the colors, it's that is probably one of the trickiest things to do. So that's why I'm always, especially when I'm, well, any glaze really, I kind of am a little bit cautious because I don't know exactly what I'm going to get until this color is dry. I am thinking I should probably have gone a little bit bolder, just because I'm in terms of my time here, but so I think I'm just gonna, for the ice, just mix a bit more white into this, and we're gonna come in primarily in the foreground, lightening that up. I don't want to do everything. I like some of the patchiness. Okay, not bad. I'm going to let that dry, and I am going to just go one more step darker for the background. Let's just clean this brush. Let's see if there's anything left of this dark paint that I had earlier. Well, there's some of it. Let's just make a bit more. So this is a bit of both of my blues mixed here together. Let's take a bit of warm red. Warm yellow. Uh-oh. I went too red too quick. Then too green. Okay, there we are. Nice, kind of back to our color that we had there originally. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to mix it all up. Let's put some glazing fluid in here. Okay, this is going to be significantly darker and less transparent than anything I've put on there so far. So that gives you an idea of how dark this glaze actually is when I paint over top of some of these lighter areas. Oops, my big head there in the way. There we go. Finally, we got it right. Okay. Just takes out a little bit extra time. You know, there's I can lighten that up a bit. It drives me a bit bonkers there. But if anything, I might let that dry and then I'll kind of shade over top of it and just make it darker. I'll probably even glaze this area in behind once this is dry. So let's just blow dry it all because we got wet paint. Well, let's do we still got our white down here, so let's glaze that. Get a different brush. So as I'm doing this, you can see I'm kind of going left to right because this is a horizontal, like the ice is flat, right? If there had some kind of vertical thing, then I would try to go straight up and down, right? Let's do the same thing here. It's a little too bright, I think, yeah. Let's quickly. Wipe that away. Let's do that again. I just took some blue and white. That's too blue. Too blue too, but I'm just gonna plow ahead. I start overthinking these things in the background. So this kind of thing happens to me, you know, obviously I'm rushing to try to get the painting done, and so I'm taking way more chances with my glaze than I normally would. Not the color that I'm most happy with. Let me see if I can I use the same color? On the ice a bit. Yeah, like I'll green those boards down, because now they've got not only a peachy quality, but a peachy pastel-y kind of thing that I'm not super happy with. Okay. Just need to clean some brushes here. to my water. Okay. So I feel like I've got the ice, I got the background, and then I kind of, the boards look a little funny. I'll have to do a little bit more work on that in a moment. I did say I wanted to do a little bit of the work on that background real quick. Just to darken it even more. But I want to blow dry things first before I add any new glaze. You know, before we do the mesh, we really got to make sure that we've got the background done to our satisfaction, right? Because once we start putting that mesh on, you don't want to be doing any changes or whatever. You're locked in. So this is intended to be this, I don't know what it is in behind. It looks like a stairwell or something. A ramp of some kind. Just a very subtle change back there. That should dry a little bit darker. Okay. Do I want to do any more work? That's It could be complicated by the pinkness of this back line. That might be what's throwing me off, is that pink. The boards themselves, even though they're a different color than the image, might not be so bad. Like, let's just... You know what? I think, let me just try painting some red there, and it might be actually fine. Okay, so let's mix up a bit of red and yellow, make an orange. Add a bit of white. And I'm going to glaze it a little bit just so that it's not as opaque. Let's see if this changes anything. So that's actually much better. right? So it's not exactly right the way I want it. In fact, I'm just going to get a bit... a little bit more paint and less glaze into here. Okay. Actually, I like that. That's that. So what I want to do now, before I put the mesh back here, which will be my next step, I want to clean up the posts. So let's just go to some red. Red is a warm red, fairly well, it's more opaque than the cool red, but relatively transparent. Now look, it's really electric, that color right now. We're gonna glaze in a moment. We're gonna put some darker glazes on the ice, on the shadows, all over the place. And on the backboards. I will also, adjust the brightness of these posts. We're just going to lay in the color right now. I'm just going to go back over there we go. Okay. So I'm so frustrated with this thing. I'm gonna do one last attempt at a glaze on here. So I'm gonna put some warm yellow into this white. Just gonna wipe the excess off. Like this is much closer, right? And then glazing fluid on. There we go. Super subtle. It doesn't even look like it's showing much up on camera, but this is the color that I wanted. And even when you're glazing, you don't necessarily have to go edge to edge over everything. Like sometimes, you know, just doing little bits here and there kind of work really, do the intended effect. I actually think I'm going to do that again. Second time. Because I love the way that looks. That's great. I think we're almost, I'd say we're about 70% done, the 60%. Oh yeah, there's our kind of greenish, ugly boards. Again, I don't think that's showing up on camera much, but I'll even paint over a bit of the stripes on the bottom. But I can see it. I got it. Because it's something about this color that this kind of a ugly, it looks almost like a fluorescent, not fluorescent, a glow in the dark green that I'm glazing over this. And that color, you know, what it reminds me of is the kind of the lighting that you see in hockey rinks, that those fluorescent lights. Fluorescent lights are like the least like flattering lights of all. They make everything have that green cast, which is very unflattering to human skin. Okay, there we go. I could go even one more step over, but I'm happy with that. It looks better in person than on camera, so that's all I care about. Ultimately, is how my painting looks like in front of my face here. Woo! Okay. So the last steps, well, there's more. We're a little bit more in last steps, but really, what we have to do is just the mesh on the net, and then just darken with some finer glazing and potentially black on the figure. So all of the hardest work, as far as I'm concerned, is now done. All of our colors are in place. There's some tedious work now to do the mesh. That's going to take some time. But the biggest heavy lifting is over. All right, we see these side by side. Pretty happy. Okay. Just sneaking a little bit of food there. So now we're going to do the mesh. Actually, you know what? Before we do the mesh, let's put some shadows on. We're going to darken a few things. So let's get a smaller brush. Here's our dark color. think we need to put a little bit of glaze in there just to thin it down a bit. Okay. And I also have my blending brush, or mop brush as it's sometimes called, handy so that I can smooth out anything. In fact, let's zoom in. Maybe not quite that far. Okay. So we're going to have some skates under here. So this is the shadow his body is casting onto the rink in front of him there. We'll get progressively darker in a few places, but let's go over here. We're also thinking like the skate comes, there's a skate that he's standing on, right? Which will darken later on, but just don't want to miss. We don't want it to, we want to leave a gap between the bottom of the pads, right, and the ice. Right, same thing over here. Like, boom, doesn't that give all of a sudden some weight to this figure? Beautiful, I love it. So I'll let that dry. While that's drying, let's just kind of go into the background here. I'm going to glaze right over the back of the pipes. Right, that's why I went and put a little bit of extra red onto those places. Okay, let's keep on going. Again, I just sometimes just use my finger to do some of that blending. You don't necessarily have to do it all with a mop brush, or if you don't even have a mop brush, it's okay. We'll probably build up a little bit more snow here later on, but so just kind of articulating the outside where some of the shadows of the snow are coming up. It just kills the intense fire engine red quality of that red. But the importance of reason, it's helpful that I put that there, because at least otherwise it could go really, really, really dark if I hadn't put that there. Okay, let's also do the same kind of thing along the boards and behind here. Just a little subtle effect where the ice meets the board. Okay. I see there's let's made a bit of a boo-boo here, so I'll just I need a straighter line. Right, so what ended up happening, I did that line and I kind of went a little bit crooked, so I just did it again and just sort of blended in here. Now, if you know anything about hockey, it's not quite uncommon for there to be little gaps where the door would open on the rink, etc. Let's just see. That's still quite tacky. I could also add a little bit of texture back there. What is that? Huh. Weird. Okay, so before I do any more work on there, I'm pretty sure I can come back to that later. So let's just see how our shadows look. Not bad. Okay, let's zoom back in. I'm just going to go a little bit darker in a few places. Okay. Now I think I'm going to go even darker there in a few places too, but that's good. Okay, so let's, what do I want to do here? Let's zoom out. I should zoom out a bit more so I can mix some white for the mesh. Okay, so this mesh, I want to have a bit of like a browny kind of quality. I don't want it to be just perfectly white. Otherwise it's going to just leap off the canvas. Kind of like if you remember the painting we did back in February of the Jacob Lawrence baseball player, and we did the mesh behind the action. So this color might seem not very white at all, like but look how if I hold my brush over top here, it's about as white as you could possibly get, right? So I'm going to steal a bunch of this brown. This brown was just warm yellow, warm red, and a little bit of warm blue. Like this might actually be, right now it looks, you know, kind of dark, nowhere near white, but it is brighter than this and it's still darker than this, right, which is what we want. So I'm going to add a bit of glazing fluid in here just to make it paint a little bit easier. Okay, so to do the mesh, this is going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to take a little bit of time, so we'll have to be patient here. We'll probably spend about half an hour or so in this area. I guarantee you that Ken Danby probably spent a week painting this, what we're about to do in the next half hour or so. So if you're like, wow, he did such a great job, how come mine looks so sloppy? Well, he took a long time to do it, and he did a great job. Let's actually, you know what? This is a little bit wet, so let's blow dry that. This has been bugging me for a while, so okay. You know what, I'm just thinking, what I used to do all the time is I used to make a little something my hand could sit over top of the canvas while I painted. So I think I might just quickly build something like that and just show you what that might look like with just a little bit of spare wood around here. So give me 1 second. Okay. So I'm just going to take a few pieces of wood. Like, you can do this, and then that way you can rest your arm over top of your painting if you wanted. I don't know if I want to do this because it's going to kind of hide it from the camera a bit, but this would be a great way to kind of keep your hand off of the surface of the painting. Like, let's see, what is, so let me see if I zoom in. Can you see this? Yeah, it's kind of nice just to rest my arm on this so it's not resting on the canvas. Because often, especially if I'm using a lot of glaze, what ends up happening is it stays tacky for about 5 hours, 5 to 10 hours, so it can be a pain while I'm actually making the painting. This way I can kind of hover over top and actually let's just so you can see here this other viewpoint. I can kind of go like this and just have a little bit of a finger down here. And so let's say I can just start painting a line like that. And actually, you know, I should paint the lines in the background first. So I'm going to do the whole background here. And these lines are going to be a little bit sloppy. If you just go into it kind of thinking about that, then you won't be so hard on yourself. Once you get and you can see they're a little bit light over top of this. I might add a little bit of a shadow on one side. Oops. So even then, these are looking almost a little bit too bright against that dark background. This is the fast way of doing it. The way that he painted it, he obviously looked pretty closely at how the netting is made and tried to reproduce it that way, which would just take like dozens and dozens of hours to do. Today's a holiday and I don't want to spend hours and hours just doing the netting on this painting. I want to be able to kind of wrap it up soon, right? And honestly, when this is done, it'll have like similar sort of effect. It won't look nearly as cool. So actually, let's take a look at, just so you can see. I'm also putting far fewer lines on here. And I haven't attached them to the posts either just yet. I'll do that separately. I always try to think of like if I can automate this process like almost like an assembly line. So I try to do as much of the same actions. Now, as I get closer to this side, or let me finish the bottom down here. Actually, I'll finish both sides here. One second. I'm trying to think of these as all being going in the same angle. Oops, that was a little bit thick. And you can actually, if you wanted, a probably even better thing to do would be to kind of have these a little bit more less straight than right now, because that makes things look like this is a really taut net, right? And we don't want it to be quite so taut. Now, to do as I go to this other angle, I'm actually going to go in a slightly different direction, just so we know that this is one plane and then that's another one coming outward. So let's actually look for, looks like it's almost a little bit more vertical. You see how that works? Kind of like it as just diagonal lines in one direction, but I think once we get the other ones in there, it'll make quite a big difference. So all of this it's a bit painstaking, but you know, what is that? Just took us maybe 8 minutes there, so let's just keep on going. You know what, ideally what I should do here is flip this so that I can carry a line through here. because we want these to match up, right? This is the same piece of thread going all the way across. This goes in front, doesn't it? Ah! No, it goes in behind. It's confusing. It's confusing when I'm painting upside down, right? So this is these lines are on the back wall. So let's turn this around. And where should we, you know, and that's what we've got so far. Actually, let's just kind of zoom out just so we can see. Pretty good. You know, I'm really happy with the way this painting's turning out so far. Obviously, we still need more work on the goalie in the front, but that will come here and just, you know, once we're done the netting, which should take us maybe another 20 minutes, and we'll be done that. So let's oops, that was close. I'm going to turn it around the other, well, try to find the, yeah, let's do it on the side. What I'm looking for is, what is the easiest way for me to paint this, right? Especially if you're doing repetitive movement over and over and over, you want something, you want it to make it as most comfortable for your body. So where should we start here? Let's go down here. So to do this, I'm starting in like a perpendicular, and I'm kind of starting in the middle, and that way I can work my way. Okay, and then let's just imagine one of these lines going right up through here. Right? You can even take a paintbrush and think, okay, right, I just laid a paintbrush onto the painting like that. Let's see. Zoom back in. Can move that paintbrush out of the way. Okay, and same thing here when we get to these lines. I'm going to do them at a slightly different angle. Might be worth just doing the lines on the top here. And you can see there's a lot of lines. So what is kind of neat is they build up like a density, so that on the top here we can even go a little bit more white in our paint. Okay, so it looks a little bit sloppy right now. We'll come back and clean all that up. Oh, we need to do these lines on this bottom side here. Oops. So I would say, you know, this is not the most exciting part of making a painting. But I wouldn't say this is particularly difficult. I mean, maybe people would disagree. We've talked about this a few times. Especially once you've got a little bit of brush control figured out. It's just a matter of putting in the time, and slowly it comes together. Okay. Where's this paint coming from? So Like you could see some of the threads from the netting hanging from above there. I think that's really beautiful. So let me see. Do they attach in any particular way? I'm just gonna come back. Yeah, you know what? I'll probably just paint blue over top of that, clean that up. I think that's okay. So the next the step is to do this side here of the netting. And I'm just going to take the same color, which I've been using, and I'm just going to darken it down ever so slightly. Put a little bit of blue and red. That's actually much darker, but okay. So this time we're going to paint these lines, but maybe in a slightly different direction, just like we did over here. So okay. It's super subtle. It gets a little bit confusing. But now let's just do the same thing in the opposite direction. So I'm trying to avoid painting over top of the previous lines. Okay, and then I'm just going to come back. Let's Get a little bit more white in here. And I'm just going to paint red back over top of this post. Just to clean all that up. Okay. Cool. Let's see where we're at now. I think, you know, I could certainly, again, I could spend a while painting that netting. He certainly did. As I say, I bet you he spent most of, probably a good week of studio time working on that, like, because there's a lot of gorgeous detail in there. Maria says, thanks a lot for answering my question. I'll finish the video tomorrow. Paul says, thanks, Michael. Saving a lot of money shopping today and hiding away from 38 degrees Celsius outside. Oh my goodness, is that how hot it is outside right now? No wonder I have, like, the camera equipment kind of turning on and off intermittently. I've got a fan blowing on me here, so it's a little bit hard to tell. But, yeah, I've got a bit of condensation building up on the pipes. Okay. So, I always find these little things. I think that's like from my hand rubbing against the canvas. So really the last step is just deepening the contrast of the main figure. And we could do that as just mixing paints or glazing. I think I'll do a little bit of both. I want to do the little white dots on the blocker and maybe a little bit of thread on the glove. So let's do that next. So I'm going to take some white and I'm going to mix it in with this color we were just using for the netting so that it's not totally bright white, but probably white enough. I'm going to do, he's got 4 little dots there. I'm going to do 3. I'm just going to simplify things a little bit. So these circles, which are actually like cutouts in the mesh or in the leather here, so they kind of change shape as. So that's why they're not all perfect circles. And just doing a little bit of some highlights on here. So this is kind of complex lighting stuff here, where he's got these reflections coming in from off of the ice. I imagine, like that's what that is. I'm going to paint some yellow or light brown over top of all of this, but it's just helpful to white makes this a little bit easier to do. And I'm going to brighten up the tip of this stick here. It's got a little bit lost here, so we taped all the way to the edges of the stick. Okay. So maybe while that's drying, I'm gonna go. Do I have any of this? My dark. I think I had to mix my dark color up again. So my dark color. It's just takes. We'll just do a mix of whatever's left over here. So we got our. Let's zoom back out. So we got our warm red, cool blue. Take some warm blue. Let's take some cool yellow. And now we can glaze with this. It's gonna be a bit on the purpley side. Let's just take a bit more yellow in here. Goes a bit much more brown. So kind of a brown glaze will work really well in in addition to some of the lighter, bluer things that we've used previously. Also, maybe wipe that off. Just gonna go for a orange for the hockey stick. Okay. Let's see if I can just use. I'm gonna zoom in. So the hockey stick back here got a little bit thin, so let's just widen it back up a bit. So I painted it white because it'd just be so much easier to paint. Like otherwise, I'm going to do many layers of paint to clean up and hide some of the stuff that was underneath there. So that just makes things go much faster. And then. So I painted that white, remember? Now I'm just going back over here with basically the same color that I used for the stick. All right, it works really well just to kind of alter the pads. hate using new paint at this stage of the painting, but okay, we're almost done. So now we've got, I think, all of the highlights, everything painted. Now we're just going to go dark. In some places, significantly darker. Oh, the stick, is that dry? Just need to mix a bit of brown again. Stick keeps getting wider, Michael. Oh, God, you can't see that on camera, can you? I'm going to blow dry all of this. I don't like how orange this stick is, so. On the top side of that stick, I'm going to give it a bit of a highlight. Some white and warm yellow. Okay. Just going to go back to the top of this stick here. Let that dry. Okay. So, final. Okay, so let's do the. So this is probably my darkest color. I'm just going to use it to go in and just darken any of these seams just one last time. So this isn't black. You could use black. Again, I try not to as much as possible. Yeah, you know, I was going to do a bunch of glazing over top of this and significantly darken it, but I'm kind of digging the way it looks. Ah. My glazing fluid bottle lid just popped off. Sending glazing fluid all over the place. I think you should have his glove way more open, don't you think? Okay. So I'm still using the darkest color that I mixed. And now I might actually use a little bit of black at the very end. Let's see. Dip that in some water. Clean that up a bit. Just gonna blow dry that dry. Like, this is super fine detail here. Like, if you didn't want to do all this, like just a couple little dots on the mask, I'm sure it would be more than fine, but like, this is the kind of thing that is definitely a little bit more advanced techniques. Okay. Okay. So let's just get a few little stray hairs off of coming out of that mask. Okay. Now, I didn't even notice. Go over to the edge of this. Okay, you know, getting the eyes, that kind of glimmer in the eyes, that's pretty tricky. That's where I'm considering right now, do I want to add a little bit of black in here. I'm going to finish doing some just little glazing around on the figure. Bring these shadows up a little bit higher underneath here. Whoa, it's so wild seeing this painting that coming alive, huh? Craziness. Okay, I'm just gonna see if I can make a little bit of a dark color with the remaining paint I've got on here. You know what, just because time, I'm gonna just cheat a little bit and use a bit of black. I'm gonna use this for the tape. So this is my black. Just take a bit of it and mix some color into that black. So reserving my darkest possible color for the foreground, in this case the hockey stick. And even then I've got some glazing fluid in here. I've got some purple. So it's not full strength black, it's been modified a bit here just to prevent it from taking over the painting. Let's just take some of this dark color. Put it in a few select places. Okay. So where the eyes are, I'm just going to darken everywhere else but the eyes in there. So there's just the, like if we look, like this is one of my very favorite parts of this image. Like look at that. I can't get that close with my camera here. But I may even just add a little bit of a lighter color . So I just added a little bit of a lighter color. I'll let that dry for a moment. And I feel like something here needs to change. Yeah, it needs to get dark, much darker right there. So let's quickly glaze that in. I think we're probably just a few minutes from being done here, so which is kind of quite exciting. I think we could darken these pads down significantly, but I'm not going to go too far down that rabbit hole. I tend to kind of like a little bit of a brighter image anyway, so. So this is basically just black. That's kind of funny. I like that. Okay, all these little folds here. Okay, let's just sort of look at this before I walk away and think about anything else that needs to be done. Whoa. Okay. I forgot there's little mounds of snow as being goaltender. I remember doing that, just scraping the snow to pile up snow. I don't have that in mind. Let's just see, any final cleanup? I like that a lot. There's as always differences between mine and the original. My colors, not surprisingly, are much brighter. The colors are more vivid. Something happening here where that pad looks turned. It's significantly darker up there too, isn't it? Okay, let's just... I think I see what it is. I think it's this jersey should be appearing to come over top of the pad. So let's just zoom in on that. You know what? I think we need just a white highlight. So I'm going to take some white. Okay, just to finish that off. Okay, I just keep on tinkering forever. Let's I gotta call it a day. That's cool. So my name, as always, remains the same. July the 1st. My goodness. Time is flying, right? Okay. That makes me so happy. I can't believe I finally did this painting. I don't know if anyone else is interested in it. Definitely one of the quieter chats and episodes. So I'm obviously people are celebrating Canada Day. To me, this represents my childhood. It also represents Canada for me. For some people who aren't hockey fans, I totally get it. But this is something I've been wanting to do for a while, so I'm really glad I had a chance to do it. Okay, so we'll take one last second just to kind of look at them together side by side. Huh. Definitely much brighter in many places. We painted this, it took us about 4.5 hours to get this done. 4.5 hours for me to complete a painting of my favorite painting as a child growing up. I think it's pretty good use of my own personal time, personally. Okay. So, let's, thank you so much for joining me. I don't have my ending graphic today because I'm not sure why. Just tech issues. It's just hot outside and computer doesn't want to behave. So I think today I will just end on our on the painting itself. And we'll fade out the music. If you enjoyed today's episode, please like and subscribe to the channel. If you want to make a donation, there's a PayPal link down below. There's links to my website and to the Facebook group, which I suggest you join. If you want to make send a check or e-transfer or any kind of thing like that, contact me via email or through the Facebook page messaging thing. Otherwise, thank you, everybody. In a couple of days, we're going to be celebrating American independence, so we're going to be making a Jasper Johns painting, one of, if not his most famous painting of all time, so that'll be really exciting to do that. Jasper Johns is another one of my very favorite artists. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you again very, very soon. Good night, everybody.